Good morning, chat. Whoa, I came in hot. Sorry about that. I hope that wasn't, like, super peaky. Whoa. Oh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. What up, bud? What's up? What's up? I got my coffee. I made a coffee this morning. It feels like a coffee morning. Dude, it's hella stormy. I woke up at like 4 a.m. because of how like hard it was raining and how crazy the thunder was. I woke up, I was like, ugh. I was like the Jarl Balgruuf waking up telling me, somebody's telling me that they got to put a dragon in my roof or something. That's crazy. But I woke up, I was like, oh. So it's been like pretty stormy. It's kind of off and on right now. But right now, I'm just like, rainy morning. It's kind of chilly. That's like a coffee morning, bro. Oh, boy. Super peaky is what Orks call noise marines. I thought they called them noisy spikies. Speaking of Orks, chat. Speaking of Orks. Did you know that in not Gazkul Prophet of Dawa, Gazkul Warlord of Warlords, the book opens with two human factions fighting, and then one of the human factions finds a container full with guns, and they go, "This is a great boon from the Emperor. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good." And then it cuts to two orcs, and one of them looks at the other and goes, "You cheat! We said no guns!" It's so good. You said we weren't allowed to use guns. What is this? Oh, I'm working with a crane. What is going on with my mic today? I'm coming in so hot. 1 second. What if I do this? What if I minimize this to 2 dB? And then I start talking like this. Yes, much better, much better. Okay. My compressor had an output gain. That's what it was, because it was adding on to the other gain that I put on. That's what was happening. That's what was happening. Oh, it's so good. Chat, I love Orks. I love them so dearly. They're so fun. They're fun in a very dark way. The Sanguinor appears to help Dante with microphone trouble. Dude, I've been thinking about the Sanguinor and Dante all morning. And also all night. Like, I'm imagining a situation where Dante is, like, just doing his own thing, right? Hold on. I'm adjusting. Dante's doing his own thing. Sanguinor appears. Ah!
Dante, Lewis. It has been 26 days since I last saw you, Dante. Are you okay? Are you well? Have you been eating good? You look skinny. Can I get?
No, I'm fine, Sanguinor. Shouldn't you be somewhere else?
That can wait. Are you sure that you're fine? Yeah, like you don't need anything? Like I can help you that.
No, I'm fine, Sanguinor. You can leave now.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
And then they just stare at each other awkwardly.
I'm gonna check your fridge before I go.
You don't need to do that.
I'm already doing it. Okay, I'm gonna go check. Lewis!
What?
It's barely full. What is this? You're a healthy, growing space marine. That's it.
Those jingling keys. What are you doing?
We're going to go grocery shopping, young man. This is ridiculous. You need to have a nice, healthy diet.
The Sanguinor people are dying.
That could win. It doesn't matter.
Dante's been seeing him since he was 10. Dude, the Sanguinor, that's his guy. That's his special little... I was thinking of the meme of, like... Selfie, and it's like the Sanguinor and Dante, and in the background there's like a flesh terror drowning. There's a flesh terror drowning in the background. This isn't about them. I don't have enough change for parking meter. I'm 5 cents short. The Sanguinor! I love the bit of the Sanguinor showing up at the most minor inconvenience. It's so good. That's such a strong bit. Thank you for the £5, Gideon. Minor nitpick hot take. I love the new Hippogriff vehicle, but I don't like the name. It makes me think of a flying vehicle. I think Satyr would be better. I don't disagree, actually, now that I think of it. I think Hippogriff would have been better for a flying vehicle, because we've got Valkyrie for the plane, right? I think Satyr would be fun, or some other mythological creature that doesn't fly. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what the funniest part about the Sanguinor sees Dante's fridge? It's like 95% full. But there's like, I don't know... Dante just used the milk, so there's like a noticeable gap, and the Sanguinor is like, we need to go grocery shopping right now. This is ridiculous. Dante. Lewis. It's simply not a big enough fridge.
That's no excuse, Dante. Come on. Why do you have no letters? No letters? Dante. Lewis. Come with me, we're going grocery shopping immediately. I have not seen a single vegetable in your entire fridge, in your entire house. This is ridiculous. Come with me, Dante.
I don't want to...
That's too bad.
I have things I have to do.
No, you can make time, come on.
I want to draw Lewis and the Sanguinor like Calvin and Hobbes, but I want to finish Warlord of Warlords first. That's fair. It's nearly full, but everything is spoiled. Listen, Dante, he's got depression. He's just like me. He fucking forgets. And it's hard, okay? But I have coleslaw.
Coleslaw isn't good enough. When was the last time you ate a salad? Come on. I'll show you how to make a Greek salad. This shit fucking slaps, Dante.
There are literally carrots.
Carrots aren't a vegetable.
What?
Dante! Dante, you need to take better care of yourself. Maybe you wouldn't want to die so much if you just took better care of yourself. Dante, why do you have flaccid bananas in your freezer?
I'm saving them for a recipe.
Good excuse. This time.
I like to imagine the Sanguinor's mask like actually squints. Sanguinor, I'm 1,000 years old. I can't process corn anymore.
That's no excuse. Dante, it's strange because I look at your fridge and I see a copious amount of energy drinks and coffee. Not many vegetables, but then I check your pantry and there's so many ramen noodle packages.
Well, the economy is in shambles, Sanguinor.
That's not, well, you know what? Fair. But you could at least do a little better for yourself. This is ridiculous. You're gonna get scurvy, Dante. Dante! Lewis! Have you ever thought about scurvy? Eat an orange!
Dante, there are starving Kriegsman children on the battlefield. Eat their rations!
You'll do much better with them, my little boy, my little boy. Come here, come here. You know what? I'm gonna call Mephisto. He's gonna help you clean up your pantry with this.
What is going on? We're doing a bit of the Sanguinor shows up to Dante's house, and he is not satisfied with Dante's living accommodations. And he's kind of negging him in a strange way. Where he's like, you should have vegetables in your fridge. He means well, but he's being kind of annoying about it. The Sanguinor shows up at any minor inconvenience in Dante's life is such a strong bit. It's so strong. It's so good.
Dante, what is this cow?
I got it off Craigslist.
Dante. Dante, you're the chapter master of the Blood Angels. You can't afford a couch.
The economy, Sanguinor, it's in shambles.
That's fair, that's fair.
Dude, no, we can't do the bit of Dante has like an r/male living space. We can't. It's just a chair and a TV. There's no entertainment center. It's just a TV on the fucking floor. That's no.
Lewis, you don't have a couch. Why is there only a beanbag here?
That's fucking crazy. Dante's just depressed. Leave Peepaw alone. Leave him alone. You know what, dude, I bet, though, like, Dante, if he got, like, a huge nap, I'm talking, like, a couple years long nap, I bet he would, like, actually feel great for a little bit. I bet he would feel fucking awesome, at least for a bit. Because I know that feeling, where you're like, dude, I'm running on fumes. And then you sleep for, like, 18 hours. You know, you get like a long weekend, you sleep for like 18 hours, you wake up, you're like, oh my god, I could kill someone. I'm so strong. I don't know if he could do that. Becoming a Primarchs got rid of the physical tiredness, not so much the depression. Oh. I feel like Space Marine depression usually just looks like standing still with your eye lenses turned off. I don't even think Space Marines would know the word depression. Like, I was talking with this with Gappy in chat here, Super Unhappy Man. And, like, specifically related to Dante, and obviously with the Blood Angels it's a bit different because they, like, juice up their recruits with everything up front, and then they just lock them in a coffin. But, like, Space Marines are children. They're man-children. Forced to grow up at a exponential rate. So, yeah, they're emotionally stunted. Because they're weird. They're not people. They're different. They're weird. Dante with no moisturizer is, like, oddly on brand. Like, they're looking in the bathroom.
Dante, I don't see a single... Do you know what lotion... Hold on.
He takes off his gauntlet.
Look how ashy your fucking elbows are, Dante. That's it. We're going to the grocery store immediately. We have a list, Lewis.
Especially Peter Turbo's man-children. I mean, they're all man-children to different degrees. Like, Gilliman loses his temper, at least in the Heresy, quite often. Now he's just, like, the big sad. A son of Sanguinius must be moisturized. This is true. Dante doesn't use conditioner. He's depressed. He can't do the extra steps, so he just has, like, the 13-in-1. And he's like, it's good enough. And the Sanguinor is like, oh. No, Dante. Dante, no. Would it be more funny or fucked up for a Dreadnought Dante? That'd be more fucked up. That's pretty grimdark, which is on brand. The further the bit goes, the more I'm just like, dude, Dante needs a hug. I get it, man. Dante, I can feel Sanguinius' anguish through time. You must use conditioner, Dante. Oh, man. Oh, thank you for the 10 pounds, Gideon. So Andy Law, ex-Warhammer RPG writer, has described the elves in fantasy as kind of being emotionally like immortal, very wise teenagers. I honestly think that fits Space Marines pretty well, too. Yep. 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 I told Carrie, if we're going to record High Elves Part 2 today, she's been a little she has felt the ick. The part 2 of High Elves, I told her to approach it as if I am basically recounting an oral history, a la, like, me telling her the different kings of the Seven Kingdoms, Song of Ice and Fire. So, I think that kind of perked her up. Like, she was like, oh. And I was like, yeah, it's going to be a weird video. In my head, blood angels just wake up perfect. That's not even incorrect. They kind of do. They wake up and it's like there's sparkles in the air. They're like, oh, I'm feeling so much better. Now, this also implies that they may have partaken of some of that blood. Some, yummy. Dante, do you not have a frame for your bed? This is a twin-size mattress. Get a king or something. Have some respect for yourself. You're a chapter master, Dante.
Dante, is your mattress on the floor?
Every time we make a bit about the Sanguinor appearing, a dozen Blood Angel successor Marines die needlessly. That's the funniest part. Every time the Sanguinor appears, Dante's just constantly like, shouldn't you be somewhere else? Sanguinor's like, it's not about them right now. I'm talking to my specialist baby boy. You are my specialist little Blorbo. And goddammit, you will be happy. Bye, Sanguinius. It's okay, it's just Lamenters. True. True. God, Lamenters. Yeesh. Chat, does it also bother you that people attribute a quote to the Lamenters that is not their chapter motto? But because it's such a nice little quote, people just ignore it and go, yeah, but the aura, though? This successor chapter isn't all that interesting. Well, what if we make it interesting by making shit up? Yes, yes. It's the only way. I love the idea that after everything the Imperium forgot, they retained Blorbo. My little baby Blorbo, my little guy, my little weirdo, I love you. Mwah, mwah, Dante, mwah. If anything ever happened to you, I would kill the entire universe and then myself, Dante. Mwah. Blood Angels come out of the coffin looking like femboy Marines. Well, I mean, you can be pretty and also quite masculine. Pedro Pascal. Or some other, like, pretty men that are not very feminine. I think Sean Bean, honestly, is a very pretty man. He's a very pretty man. Like, those eyes, Oscar Isaac. I gotta get a picture up. Hold up. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. That's a pretty man. Holy shit. Chat, warning. You're about to swoon? I'm swooning. Holy shit. He's mogging. I don't know, Sanguinor. I feel like a glub shithead at this point.
Dante! Dante, no! No, you must not think of this!
I feel Henry Cavill's the obvious answer here. Geralt is slightly more hydrated Dante. Maybe it's just Henry Cavill isn't really my type. Nah, he's pretty. He's pretty. He's just not really my type. No, that's a pretty man. That's a very pretty man. And, like, hyper masculine. Obviously. Like, everybody loves him. Yeah, that's a pretty man. That's a very, very pretty man. Michael B. Jordan. Oh, my God. You're right. Chat, we're just thirst posting at this point. No, where's the image? Where's my favorite image of him with the smile? Hold on. Where is it? There's like one image. It's not his full smile. There it is. I found it. It's this one. That kind of half smile, like, Oh. That's a pretty guy. That's a pretty man. Michael B. Jordan has straight men questioning themselves, to be fair. It's okay to be bi. It's okay to be bi-curious. It's okay to be queer-curious. I think introspection, especially with your own interests, be it with anything, is very important. Holy moly, Corsair's Cove, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm waking up. I got a coffee. We're going to be doing some painting in a minute. Absolutely, I was just trying to be funny. Oh, no, of course. As a demisexual, my reaction to all these is, yep, those are people, all right. Now, I would also consider myself demi. Like, I am not, like, I'm not going to, like, pounce on these people. But I can appreciate a work of art. You know what I'm talking about? I can appreciate a good work of art, and then I can share that I can appreciate. But frankly, like I have carry, and like I'm good. I'm chill. Dante, why does your hot water not work? I'm turning the valve and it's still cold. Do you only take cold showers, Dante? Welcome to the stream. In this house, we dunk on Peter Turbo and we stand the well-nourished, moisturized Dante. We need our boy to be healthy. Dante deserves to be healthy. Ava is carry sexual. I mean, yeah, that's basically what being demi is. Possum has texted me. Possum does not have audio, I'm sorry. I don't know why. That lady is busting it the fuck down, though. Holy. Dante, why do you only have shrimp-flavored ramen in your pantry? We already did the pantry bit. That's fair. Carrie is gorgeous. That's right. I'm nodding. I'm nodding. I'm nodding. I'm nodding. From Adric? Yeah. I love Possum. Don't tell them I said that. I feel like Carrie finds people who are basically like drift compatible with her, and every so often, it's not as often as Carrie has. She found like 4 people in a row that were drift compatible to her, and I recently have found more people that are drift compatible with me, and it's awesome. And Possum is definitely one of those people. Possum and I could pilot a Jaeger. Not as well as me and Carrie, mind you, but that's a whole other thing. Why is Possum texting you? He should be in the information mine. Well, Possum can multitask. It's sad looking at Dante. Man is a wet mop of cat. Bro just wants to not be there. I have a specific image in my mind. There's a specific cat in my mind. There he is. Oh my god. That's Dante. Chapter Master, awaken. Dante, look. The Sanguinor is here. The Sanguinor is here, Dante.
Dante! I could feel through the warp that you have a tummy ache. Dante! Take this! Dante! Louis! Take this! It's a ginger pill!
I think that's what growing up is, finding drift compatibles. I agree. I agree. I just remembered Carrie thought the Sanguinor's mini-face kind of looked like Trump. We don't need to... I love her more than anything. I would do foul things if it meant keeping her safe. That doesn't make her right. She can be wrong. I can be wrong. Everybody can be wrong. But she's wrong. Ava, did you ever get your book? Oh my god, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Oh my god, we're going to look at it on stream. Ah, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I've informed Robert Rath my favorite annotation I have found in the book so far. He enjoyed it. Very good, very good. Let me see what he had to say about it. Where's Robert Rath? Oh, my goat, my guy. So there's this annotation towards the end of the book. And it's perfect, frankly. It's frankly perfect. And Robert had to say, my goal with annotations was to bring the reader an elevated literary experience and window into what goes through my mind while writing a novel. Thank you. I'm glad this one landed for you because it was my favorite too. We had a lot of editorial conversation on how to punctuate that. It's just brilliant. It's just amazing. I love Robert Rath. I love Robert and Nate Crowley need to write more Necron stuff. I haven't read the new Necron book with the I haven't read the new one, so I don't know if I don't know the quality, but that's not me judging it. That's just me saying I don't know. With that lady Chronomancer. Yeah. Severance is my favorite Necron short. Severance is... Robert talks about it in the annotations where he talks about like a lot of inspiration for some of the parts came from Severance. The reason why Nemesis Zandrek has like a small little mention in the Infinite Divine is because... Robert read Severance and was like, oh my god, I love this. Because Severance is awesome. Ava! Your viewer has returned! Primus! I send like 18 lightning bolts your way. You have to do a very easy QuickTime event in order to dodge all of them, in which case you'll enter a non-controllable cutscene where your character model is like jumping up rocks and shit. And then you immediately go for my jugular. Mash the circle button to beat the fuck out of me. You need to click in L3 and R3. Morning, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning? Took off work today, enjoying my birthday. Happy birthday. With breakfast and enjoying some time working on my Dark Krakens. They're awesome, by the way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for the $4.99 Break Fates chain. Do you have preferred energy glows for different models? For example, I like green plasma for Blood Angels, but blue and orange glows for Necrons. It's all preference. Usually I want to pick a color that's going to contrast. So like if you're painting Khorne Berserkers, right? And you have, you know, bright red, almost kind of leaning into orange armor. And then the glow on the plasma is also like a reddish orange. It just kind of blends all together. So you want more of like a, maybe a blue, maybe a green. But yeah. Thank you, Axby. Ava, what would your favorite in-lore meetup of characters? I would really like to see Lorgar meet Celestine and lose his mind because he was right. I think Lorgar already knows he's right. I'm thinking. I mean, the big one that people want to see is Lion meeting up with Gilman, but frankly, I kind of want... They haven't? No. They have not met up. I kind of... I know we've been doing the Dante bit. Genuinely, I think Dante meeting all of the Primarchs who are coming back, whether to fight them or to be allies with them, and his Primarch stays dead, is like weirdly tragic, but in the funniest possible way. Because then he'll just grow bitter and be like, why the fuck do you assholes get to come back, but my dad is dead? What the fuck is this? This is bullshit. Travis in a Warhammer musical is so freaking funny. It is, like, genuinely, I don't like April Fools because I think a lot of the time it's just not funny. But my least favorite type of April Fool is, here's this thing that if we made it, it would be fucking awesome. It would be so sick. That's my least favorite because I'm like, well, now I want that. You know? It was so well made, I can't be mad, but I want it. Like, that's my fucking... Oh, it was really, really, really good. Isn't the Sanguinor theorized to be Sanguinius? It's theorized to be a shard of Sanguinius' soul. Warpy shit. Somehow he will see Lehman? Probably. Don't you have a musical number, Oregon? Oregon, come here. Allow me to elucidate you. And then the first note starts. He starts singing. And Orkin the entire time is just constantly interjecting with how much he hates musicals. Oh, that'd be so fucking good. That'd be so good. Have you looked at Warcom? Not since I checked it before stream started. No new articles other than pages from the Black Books, The Thousand Suns. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna scan this really quick. I am glad they are releasing the Black Book stuff as PDFs because they are, as somebody who does Horus Heresy research, very hard to find. They also have Stodies. Yeah, whatever. I like custodians, don't get me wrong. I do. But I feel weird about them. And it's not for any reason other than I just don't really think they should be an army. I don't like it. It feels weird. I get they wanted to, like an elite army, but I don't know. I feel giving something that's supposed to be so powerful rules kind of demystifies and somewhat takes away from the power of said faction or character when you attribute rules to it. It's why if the Emperor, like, ever had rules on tabletop, it would be fucking terrible. It would be terrible. They make more sense in Horus Heresy, to be fair. No, in Horus Heresy, they feel like custodians. Like, they're fucking tough. In 40k, they're just, like, slightly beefier Space Marines. That's it. And that's, like, the most disappointing thing about them. Again, no offense. If you love Custodes, and you're like, they're my favorite army to play, I don't care what you say, Ava. Yeah, you should feel that way when I say this kind of thing. You should be like, yeah, fuck you. Because it's your army. I'm not here to yuck your yum. But custodians, I also have to remember, and sometimes it's easy to get lost in the sauce with this kind of thing. I have to remember that there's a new edition literally right around the corner, and this edition is going to specifically be adjusting melee. So there's a potential that melee, from everything we know about melee so far and the changes that are happening, it seems like melee armies are getting a buff, which means World Eaters, Custodians, looking real good right about now. Do you think they could work as hero characters to supplement an army? I think in a perfect world where the Custodians did not exist as a faction. That sounds mean when I say a perfect world. I'm saying in a world where I got everything I wanted and everything was like super accurate and all the rules were great and everybody was happy, and Custodians for some reason did not exist, I would maybe... I think what I would do is I would have a squad of Custodians, maybe a character to lead them, and you can ally them, but then this goes into, like, how would you change allies, because blah, 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 blah. You can ally them. They're very expensive, but very powerful. Yeah, I don't know. Good morning, welcome to the stream. I'm still waking up. I'm waking up. 11th edition is all about Orks and Blood Angels, from what I know, so they getting buffs. They talked a bit about it during the preview show. Melee is getting touched up. The way detachments work is getting touched up. The way missions are played is getting touched up. Like, everything about the pitch of 11th edition is very appealing to me, which is why, you know, I was considering painting something else today, like finishing the gobos, but frankly, I wasn't really feeling the gobos, and I'll tell you why. I'm having so much fun painting the goblins, but a lot, like, half of that stream is me thinking, well, what can I do here? What can I do here? I've never done this before. I'm, like, flying blind. Today we're painting Ultramarines, because I've painted plenty of Ultramarines. I love painting Ultramarines. You know why? Because it's so simple. It's so simple, Chad. And plus I can show you some stuff. So you want Custodians to be like Titans? No. No. No, no, no. I would want them to be something else. Something different. Ooh. I could also show you Calgar, because I got the new heads. And I put his head on. He looks really cool. I mentioned this, I think last night on stream. But the bionic eye, Calgar's bionic eye is on the left side of his face. Now, I want Calgar in a helmet. So how many Terminators have a bionic eye on the left side of their face? I'll give you 5 seconds to guess. Did you guess 1? You are correct. 1 Terminator. So, it is in the Primaris heads upgrade, not the Ultramarine one, just the normal default Primaris Space Marine heads upgrade. So I got that, and then I got the Ultramarine upgrade plus transfers. They got here last night. There's good heads in there. I like it. But yeah. I'm gonna crash out in the Discord. Is the Ultramarines not being basic a late April Fool's joke? Ivy? I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I'm maulding. I'm shaking. If I wanted boring basic Space Marines, I would play Imperial Fists. No offense to Imperial Fists. They see us. Oh, I see you. I'm the motherfucking Eye of Sauron, and motherfucker, you just stepped into Mordor. I see you. I see all. You've got the fucking ring on, bro. A Discord? Yeah, if you... Okay, so the way to get into the Discord, the cheapest way, is to support us on Patreon at the low, low price of $2 dues, American. That'll get you access to the Discord, but you can also do so by getting a YouTube membership or a Twitch sub, or getting gifted a Twitch sub. Just make sure that your account is all connected to your Discord, and then you'll automatically be added once you become a sub member or a patron. Easy peasy. The Discord is, like, pay to enter. Because I've done Discords before. I've managed Discords that are, like, freely... You're able to freely go in. Nightmare. 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 You'll have, like, 10 cool people come in, and they're totally chill. And then you'll have, like, 5 people enter after them, and they go, hello. I'm a Nazi. And you go, okay, I'm gonna ban you. And they're like, haha, I was pretending to be stupid. Awful. They're coming, dude. Bloblado, name me 5 unique things about the Imperial Fist. And when I say unique, I mean unique. 5. 5 unique things. Now. No, never go into a Discord that's like free to enter. Never. Unless it's like a like unless people know what the hell they're doing, it's usually a bad time. Don't just go into places. I mean, it's like with any social media, right? Like you could be on fucking Reddit or Blue Sky and still find like accounts or like communities that are like, I love being racist, you know, and you just gotta fucking steer clear of that shit. You woke up and chose violence against Valrak. Oh, does he have like an open join Discord? Oops. Big ship, they have the pain stuff. That's not unique. Many Space Marine chapters have big ship. And they also do pain stuff. That's not unique to them. Now, if you wanted to say the pain glove, sure. I'll give you that one. That's one unique thing the Imperial Fists have. Curious. 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 And it's a form of self-torture. Interesting. Interesting. Curious. Curious. Isn't Phalanx the biggest ship? Nope. Blackstone Fortresses. Personally, I think that the paywalls keep out the Nazis, even though that they care so much about making trouble is a clue that there's only a tiny few of them posting everywhere at once 50 hours a day. Listen. No matter how much you feel like you might be like downtrodden or like, oh man, I'm just kind of a loser. Like, no. You need to understand something. You need to remember that there are people out there who look up tutorials on how to be like an alpha Chad male. You need to remember that there are people out there who spend, no exaggeration, all day online complaining about lay woke or some shit. And I need you to process that in your mind and go, oh God. And when you feel that, oh God, it's like thinking about being a teenager again and going like, or even like just a previous version of yourself where you're like, ooh, I don't like the person I was. That's growth. That's growth. That's good. Bone mash. I gotta bone mash my face. It's the only way. I gotta be an alpha Chad male. What are you doing? It's the only way I can get women. Help! I'd rather mutilate my face than treat women with any respect whatsoever. I'd rather put a hammer to my bones than treat women with a minimal amount of respect. That's why they eat boy kibble. Their jaws are too fucked up otherwise. That's fucking true. I agree, Imperial Fists are boring and mid, iron within, iron without. Well, no, that's not what I said. I didn't say they were mid, I said they were boring, because their entire thing is that we're yellow, and we like to defend, and we like bolters, the default weapon. What's their aesthetic? We don't really have one, because it's either Space Rome or Space Crusader, and we can't really decide which is which. So we just go with the default Space Marine look. At least the Space Marines have, like, enough variety to be like, oh, we're this. Fucking Imperial Fists go like, I'm just keeping it default. Ultramarines got the Roman thing going. I'm not talking about slaughter. I'm gonna freak out. You don't know that Possum isn't here? And frankly, it's mean to bring up the War of the Beast. Schrodinger's Possum. I can bring it about whenever I want. Imperial Fists are the most stale chapter objectively, and I need to be so clear, that's not a problem. There is beauty in simplicity. The Imperial Fists are basic, yes. But is that a bad thing? No. If it ain't broke, don't change it type of mind. Egg fucking exactly. Do you think there's one dude out there trying to space marine maxing? Yeah, it was like those people who were injecting oil into their muscles and getting the most fucked up bodies. You remember that? Did you ever see those people? And then they would talk about how, like, fucked up their, like, entire life was. Don't inject shit into your body. Injecting oil? Yep. There was one guy I remember who, like, he wanted to look like a superhero. And he injected oil into his muscles. And obviously it fucked up his, like, whole deal. And he's, like, he was doing an interview. I think this was on 60 Minutes. This was years and years and years and years ago. And he was talking about it, and he was like, yeah, my kids are scared of me. It's like, yeah, man. Synthol. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Yeah, synthol. That's what it was, not oil. It's kind of like oil. It is oil. I remembered. People will inject synthol into their muscles to feel better about their own bodies and be like, but HRT is worthless and does nothing. That's crazy. That's insane. Why would you want to alter your body to feel more comfortable in it? I don't know, man. Because you do it. Because everybody does it. Only acceptable injection to change your body is the girl juice or the boy juice. The juice. Put the juice in me. What's the one meme where the guy is like chained up and it's a giant syringe that says hope on it? Like HRT. Ah! Body positivity for me, not for thee. Yeah. Yeah. Irony. You'll never be a woman, he says, attempting to be a fucking superhero. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's listen. I gotta keep reminding people when, especially when they're in, like, the comments being, like, fucking psychos. I gotta just pull out the stats where I'm just like, you are literally talking about, at least in America, precisely 1% of the population. 1%. Like, just let people be. God, it ain't that fucking hard. Yeesh. Yeesh. There's a guy who can't sleep without a breathing aid because of his bodybuilding excess. I saw a picture not that long ago of a bodybuilder, and like in 2009, he was like a fucking insane looking like Goliath. And then it cut to now, and he looks like a deflated balloon. And there was like a post under it going down like all of the surgeries that he had to go through to not die because of how much he fucked up his body doing the bodybuilder shit. It's crazy. I saw that, but it has iron being injected to an iron warrior. That's funny. Ronnie Coleman? Was that him? I didn't catch his name. Yep, that's him. Yep, Ronnie Coleman. Insane looking butt. Here, I'll pull this up. Okay. So Ronnie Coleman is bodybuilder, right? Bodybuilder. Look at this dude. Insane, right? This is the picture I saw. Look at that. That's crazy. Like, To each their own, but like, oh my gosh. I've always lived like this. If you aren't harming anyone mentally or physically or yourself, then live and let live. Of course. But it gets more difficult when people just make shit up. He leg pressed like a car's worth of weight? Jesus. Oh yeah, Arnie. Arnold Schwarzenegger? Absolutely. Yep, that's a bodybuilder for sure. Yep. And like for... Oh, I don't actually know what he looks like right now. Arnold. Arnie. What's he look like right now? Yeah, about the same. Like, compared to Coleman. Like, you know, they've just gotten older. Apparently, he can't walk without canes. Yep. Because that's just what happens when you fucking push your body past its limit. And like, if that's what you want to do, alright, cool. Damn, I joined early. Yep. We haven't even gone to the desk yet. We're about to, though. I'm feeling the urge. The urge to move. I'm fully awake. No, I'm not. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. We ready to go over to the painting desk chat? We're going to paint some Ultramarines. We're going to relax. It's going to be a fun time. But Ava, what if I want to have enough muscles to roll up the universe a la Katamari Damacy? I don't know if you've seen the Prince of Cosmos, the Prince of the Cosmos, Little Prince. Not a whole lot of muscle on Little Prince. I don't think the Katamari is particularly that heavy. The feminine urge to paint Marines. What? That's what do you mean? But also very funny fucking thing to say. Oh, Little Prince just built different. Yeah, Little Prince has like the weight of a neutron star. God. I like weightlifting myself, but less for the aesthetic and more for the picking up heavy stuff. Yeah, for sure. You're going for oh, why did that? It just fell out of my head. It just fell out of my head. Practicality rather than aesthetics. Your painting of Marines came at the time when someone is gifting me an intercessor box. I've never painted a Marine. Guess that's changing. Which chapter are you thinking of? Or are you gonna make your own? Chad, I have such things to show you. Okay. So firstly, I spent last night, my fingers kind of hurt because I did that thing where I, you know, you take like a miniature and you forcefully shove their heads off because I got some new heads. I'm gonna look at them today. So here's Sergeant. Mr. Sergeant doesn't have a head because we're gonna make him a beaky. Let me see if I can enhance. Beaky. Beaky. This plasma pistol, I gotta tell you about this plasma pistol. Okay, so this hand normally has a bolt pistol attached to it. But if you just cut the plasma pistol off the other hand and then just glue it to the top of the hand, you can make any hand into one holding a plasma pistol. It just requires a bit of elbow grease. This fist is from the Imperial Fist upgrade sprue. I just carved off the fist iconography. Here's an Ultramarine Sergeant symbol. Very cool. Probably the first one we're going to paint. Because Beaky. We love Beaky. Here's a bear head. I really like this one. It's the one on the box that's like quite pale. With like lots of scars. Very cool looking. Here is the grenade launcher guy. I decided to give him what I believe is a Mark 8 helmet. I'm trying to get it to where you can actually see it. And then we've got Mr. Look at my gun. There are many like it, but this one is mine, sporting the Mark 7 helmet. Let's do a quick comparison between these two. Same pose, different vibe. And we will be ending with a different vibe as well. This is sort of the blue we're going to be going for. This blue is a little different because I messed up and I had to readjust it, but that's fine. Oh, I need chat open over here. That's what I was forgetting. There we go. Here's the blue we're working with. This is Sergeant Jovan. But this is pretty much the blue we're working with. Very textured, very vibrant. If you haven't seen the previous streams where I was painting Ultramarines, Terminators, or otherwise, I like them. I like Ultramarines. Why did I pick Ultramarines? Is it because I'm a fan of the Roman aesthetic? Not really. Honestly, it just comes down to, I like blue. Blue's a good color. Oh, and here's Calgar. Calgar check. Here's the real Calgar. Here's that helmet. The only one with the bionic eye on the left. There he is. He doesn't have his cape on. It's because I would want to paint that separately. But it is what it is. Okay. I'm not going to paint the full squad, but well, not to completion, but we'll see how we're feeling, actually. Hey, why are you streaming at midnight my time? Because it is 8:54 in the morning. And I hate you specifically. No, I'm kidding. They really missed the mark with the Space Marine head upgrade set. What do you mean? Is it because of the amount of bear heads? Because I actually don't mind that. That's fair. I hate me too. No! No! You've turned it around on me. Now I feel bad. No! Yes, too many bear heads. I don't mind bear heads. I don't think they're that big of a deal, honestly. You know how you paint a head? You paint it like how you do a helmet. It's just skin. Ah, you know what we don't have? Water. Good morning, Vivi. We're just getting started with the painting. I'm just getting everything organized over here. Focus. Okay. We're gonna get some water, then we'll get started. Chat. I think I've come up with a new guy. Hit me up. Hit me with this. Let me hit you with this. Genuine question, do you sleep? What do you mean, Possum? What do you mean? Okay, let me hit you with this new guy. You ready? Guy who's really concerned with being that one friend who's too woke. So every so often, he just drops the most racist shit you've ever seen. To keep you on your toes. I go to sleep in your stream. When I wake up, go to the office and see that you're streaming. Do you sleep? Trayden, you get it. You get it. You always keep him guessing. That guy, he's always keeping him guessing. He's so scared of being guy who's too woke. I have had a couple people in my life where I'm like, listen, we agree on like a lot of stuff, but frankly, I think you care a little too much about insert whatever this is. I feel like it's not that big of an issue. You've described at least a third of my blue collar workers. Fuck, you're right. Coworker who generally has the same views as you, but they don't want to be seen as the woke one, so they just have to do some insano shit. What are those things, Ava? What doesn't matter, Ava? I'm trying to remember. This is years ago. I had a conversation with a friend who, I think this was related to like Sonic. I can't remember. I'm just making sure everything is in focus. But there was like a thing where they were like, people are interpreting this character in such a way, and that's problematic because yada, yada, yada. And I was like, I can't even remember what it was about, but I remember the feeling I had associated with it. And at the end of it, I said something to the effect of, I understand where you're coming from, but I frankly don't think it's that big of an issue. And they got really, really, really upset. I've had a couple situations like that with friends. Not often anymore. But like people talking about movies or media and stuff, and they're like, I feel very strongly about this thing. And I'll be like, okay. And then they get mad because I don't care as strongly as they do. And then we have like a weird, uncomfortable moment. You know what I mean? Have you had that situation? What was it about? Every time a streamer talks about video games. Yeah. No, you're right. I guess the emotion is like, do you have like a real thing to be upset about? Because I get being upset about something, but I've met people who get like really upset. You know what I mean? Like it ruins their fucking day. It was about comedians. Oh my god. That's crazy. Comedians? I have with my mom and Bad Bunny coming for the Super Bowl. It was weird because me and my brother were like, it doesn't matter, and she was being dumb about it. Yeah. It's like never shit you expect. It's always like... it's always stuff where you go like, what do you mean you have an opinion on this? Why do you feel so strongly about this thing that I've never heard you mention once in our relationship? Yeah, I've had that with my folks a couple times where I'm like, you have never mentioned this before. So now I'm wondering, what have you been watching? Or more specifically, who have you been watching, you know? Is there going to be upset but some people act like it ruins their day about media? I've been saying that for like the past 5 years. Thank you. This is going to sound weird and like, but I feel like that's like such a normal thing to think as an adult, but I guess it's not because we have such aggressive fandom culture. I think that's it. I think what we're describing as like fandom culture is like so insane. Avo colors that. This is burnt sienna, and my camera's not in focus, and it's flicking me. It's flicking me. I had this conversation about trans rights recently, and the answer was, who have you been watching? And it was all of British media for years. I gotta be so real with people. Like, trans people aren't the cause of... They're not the root of all evil. Do you want to know what is, though? And I mean this so for real, because we've had conversations on this stream about it. You know what it always comes back to? Capitalism. Always. It always comes back to capitalism, baby. It always does. I promise you. Pick an issue. We'll go down. And when we break it apart and we look at all the causes, it's going to be capitalism. I promise you. I promise you. It will be. I single-handedly caused global warming because of snoring. Guys, we have to kill Vivi. It's the only way. I've switched to a dome brush just for better coverage. I'm not worrying about the full coverage of this. This is just an underlayer so that we can get those shadows looking that nice orangish red. And I'm probably actually going to switch back to the flat brush so I can reach into some cracks and crevices. But we can wait for it to dry and then add a bit more. But I'm being quite... Oh, sorry, you couldn't even see it. Sorry. I'm being quite fast and loose with these first few steps because ultimately it's just establishing some nice colored shadows so that when we add more colors on top of it, it'll still retain that burnt sienna in those shadows, in those cracks and crevices to some degree. Not overpoweringly, but enough to be like, oh, it's there, you can see it. And so when we put it on a desert base, sort of like a Martian desert base, I more sort of interpret it as like a Nevada type desert, but an orangish, reddish desert. And when we put that on there, and then we put some pigment powder, hey, what pigment powder do we have? Guess what? It's the same as the paint we're using right now. It's burnt sienna. It's gonna blend. It's gonna look like our Space Marine belongs in the environment that we're putting them in. I feel sometimes I am bothered by the miniatures that I see or that I personally paint because I feel like they don't actually fit in the paint scheme with the base that they're on. It's just a personal pet peeve. The best counter I got from my whole mom complaining about Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl thing. Metallica performed for Russia around when the Iron Curtain fell. I don't think those people cared that. Conservatives / right-wingers blame trans people for something they haven't. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that. No, because, I mean, I agree with it because that's factually correct. Yeah. No, it's ridiculous to blame the root of all evil is these people. I mean, it's fascism 101. We have to have a target. What's that target? It's a minority. What are we going to do with that minority? Oh, we're going to display them as if they are the devil. Or the embodiment of all evil. Also, they're so weak and fragile, but they're also the most powerful entities on the planet, and they're incredibly dangerous. They're coming for your children, they're coming for your job. It's, you know, we are so powerful, but also very, very weak. We're just little babies. Didn't expect a political essay at this time of the night, but I'm here for it. Listen, if you watch this channel, this is why I laugh whenever I talk about this stuff. Or we make a post or we say something in a video on the podcast. And people go like, ugh, I'm so tired of all these politics. Like, buddy, this is my life. I'm very political. Because I'm an adult. I'm a functioning adult. Life is political. You can have escapism, for sure. Absolutely. But maybe if you want to have escapism, you should maybe pick something that isn't called Warhammer and is a political satire. When I say escapism, I'm thinking like, I don't know, fucking Bluey. That's escapism. My Little Pony is escapism. I mean, like, how many veterans were, like, a fan of My Little Pony? Because, specifically, it's a very, very safe show. I've never fucking seen it, but Carrie has told me about this study. And also, just, like, it's the fact of the matter. It's a very safe show where everything is okay in the end, and it's bright, and it's colorful, and it's not scary, and it's not gonna suddenly, like, throw the viewer into a super-duper fucked up scary situation that might trigger an episode. You know? That's escapism. But if I was talking to somebody who was like, yeah, I just need some escapism, I'm gonna go watch like Saving Private Ryan 8 times in a row, I'd be like, what? Okay. I mean, all right, but are you sure? It's just interesting when I ask people, well, I've never asked this directly, but it's interesting when you see people talking about they want escapism. It's never about politics in general. It's about, I don't want to see the politics that I don't like, that I disagree with. I don't like trans people. And so when anything queer whatsoever or queer positive shows up, I freak the fuck out. Because I would rather ignore it and put my fingers in my ears and go, la 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 la, it's not real, it's not real. Because if I acknowledge it's real, then I have to acknowledge that I am wrong, potentially. And I can't handle that. They want to die on the beach, Ava. I have a daughter, so I have seen a lot of My Little Pony, and oh boy, it's 150% political. I was more so meaning the presentation of the show is, like, very safe. You know what I mean? The presentation is very safe. Everything. Hey, here's a hot take. We had this conversation a couple weeks ago on this very stream, on the painting stream. Everything is political. Art is political. And that's not to say everything is trying to push a political message, but oftentimes that is the case because subconsciously we are political as human beings. Being an adult is political. Sorry, that's facts. All art is political, which is not to say that every piece of art is intentionally pushing a political message. Because sometimes, motherfucker, the curtains are just blue. Sometimes they're just blue. It doesn't mean that it represents anything, but also, that is not to say that if the author comes out and say, actually, the curtains are blue for this reason, and it's some sort of political thing, you can just ignore that. You can take that into account and disagree or agree with it, but you also need to take in the intent of the work. Now, with this said, when you have a situation in which something is political or is talking about political themes, and it's wearing it on its sleeve. For example, Warhammer, and you don't actually engage with the political satire. I mean, it's the same thing with Star Troopers and stuff like that. But when you don't actually engage with that and you just go, la 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 la, I will ignore this, it confuses me. All art is political. What does that actually mean? It means that the politics of when this thing was created influenced this work. If you go back to Rogue Trader era, Warhammer 40k, and you know a little bit about the Thatcher administration, you go, oh yeah, I kind of see what they were doing here with this. When you look at Space Marines are men and only men, because biologically men are like superior, they're naturally stronger, that is based on a political idea at the time of when that was written. Are there biological differences between men and women? Sure. But can you generalize and just say that all men are stronger than women? Motherfucker, look at me. I was assigned male at birth. Dude, Carrie could kick my ass. Are you kidding me? Everything is political. And that's not a bad thing. Politics is a scary word. And people don't like it because it makes them have to think about things. But to be an adult, frankly, is to also engage politics. Subconsciously or consciously. You are participating in politics. And it might upset you, but even as something as little as, what grocery store do you go to? I could make a very convincing case that that is political. Is it intentional? Well, that's different. That's very different. No, society isn't political. No, Ava, bro. I swear, bro. It's not political. I swear. Nope. I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at is I understand not wanting to discuss politics and wanting that escapism. And I apologize. I do apologize for the people who are like getting onto the stream and they just want like comfy stuff and they weren't expecting like a political tangent talking about how art relates to politics and how society at its core, surprise, surprise, is political. I do apologize to you. But also, I would expect you to understand why it came to this. Because I am a non-binary, male-presenting individual in a world, in a country, that is currently undergoing and attempting to eradicate my and my friends' communities. So I will be political. And if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Does that mean I'll always be political? No. Does that mean I'll happily talk about it whenever I please? Absolutely. Because that's my fucking right as a goddamn American. You can't silence me. Especially on my show. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. That's fine. You Americans got that free speech and all. Brother. Eat this brownie. There, silence. Can't talk with brownie in your mouth. And I also need to be clear. I do understand rage fatigue. I do. And I think a big thing with that is not taking that out on, but these people keep talking about these politics, and that's the problem. I think that is more of an internal issue where you need to learn how to not care as much. And that's not to say you shouldn't care about politics. That's me saying, going back to the media thing. You gotta learn to process stuff in a way that's not gonna, like, ruin your fucking day. Yeah, today, on April 2nd, 2026, yeah, Donald Trump's probably gonna come out and say some stupid, dumb bullshit. But is that affecting me literally right this second? No. You know what I have to worry about? I have to worry about my friends, my loved ones. I have to worry about my family. And if something is about to affect them right now, then we go from there. If you're gonna use social media, you have to try to tailor that shit that won't frustrate you. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I had a friend who, They were the type of person where it's like, I don't want to be political. I'm so tired of talking about politics. And then suddenly they got very political very fast. And that's not a bad thing. But then, like, every conversation with them just became, oh my god, and then this is going wrong, and then this is going wrong, and this is going wrong, and like we have to do something. We have to do something. And I remember telling them, like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Or like, I don't know, but we have to do something. And I go, that's a normal feeling, and that's a good feeling to have. But I want you to look around your room right now, and I want you to ask yourself, what can I do right now? And if the answer is nothing, then it's nothing. You don't do anything, and you gotta let it go. And if it is something, and you have an idea of like, oh, well, I'm gonna start like a fundraiser, or I'm gonna start like a charity event or something like that, then do that. Absolutely, 100%. Do that. But don't just sit there and go like, we have to do something. Somebody has to do something, and then not do anything. Because I think that's pussy shit. Don't fucking do that. Be the change you want to see in the world. Don't just sit there and go like, oh, I wish somebody would do something. They hit political death spiral. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to get into that death spiral, but you have to get yourself out of that shit. Dante, you must have actionable steps to solve the problem. Yes. Such a good point to be made there. That outlook helped me out so much following an episode I had after the election. Dude, and like, it's totally normal to be affected by this shit. 100%. 100%. You know what's going to be so funny is when I use this as B footage and people are going to be like, oh my god, Ava's painting a space marine in the background. That's so nice. They have no fucking clue what we're talking about, and that's so funny to me. Like, I remember when the election results happened, I felt cold. Like, I felt all the heat in my body gone. Because that's when the realization set in of like, oh, fuck. Right? Because immediately my mind was going to like, my friends, my family, my loved ones. Oh my god. My friends, my trans friends, my queer friends, me. I honestly wasn't really high on that list because I'm very hey, chat. Again, male presenting voice. White skin. I'll be fine. My privilege allows me to be fine. But that's why I think it's important to be like saying this shit. You know what I mean? My privilege must be used in a way where I can say something and these dumb fucks who don't believe anything unless it's coming from will actually listen to what I have to say. And it's stupid that that's the way it is, but it is. But you gotta do... Okay, you know, one of the best shows ever fucking made is a little show called The Boondocks. And there's a scene that's always in my head, and it's always in the back of my head whenever we start talking about this stuff. And it's the kid... I can't remember the name. Oh my god, it fell right out of my head. I had the name and it's gone. But one of the kids is talking to Granddad. And he says, Granddad... I can't remember the quote exactly, but he says something to the effect of, what do I do? What do you do when you feel like you can't do anything, but you feel like you have to do everything? And Granddad says, you do what you can. And I think about that like every fucking day. Every day. You gotta do what you can. Off topic, the left and right hate the new Harry Potter show because the left hate J.K. Rowling and the right hate because one character is black. Awesome. Fuck J.K. Rowling. You're a ghoul! My favorite is I hate how political media has gotten nowadays. I wish it was more like movie, book, show, etc. back in the day. Oh, you mean like RoboCop? Oh, hell yeah. What did JK do? I don't know anything. JK Rowling, author of Harry Potter and other works, but known for Harry Potter, is probably one of the most bigoted human beings on the planet and actively uses the sales of her media properties, mostly being Harry Potter again, to finance far-right institutions, specifically targeting trans people. She is a vile human being. She will also tout herself as a feminist. No, the fuck she's not. That is not feminism, baby. No, 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 no. She's not fond of trans people. She's also racist. She's also a misogynist. She just sucks. She sucks so fucking bad. A biblically accurate Dementor. She oppressed Scottish independence. I didn't know that part. Holy fuck. When Roe v. Wade was overthrown, she commented about trans people and not that. Yep. No, she, like, I genuinely believe, like, her brain is broken. I genuinely believe that. But I believe that for a lot of right-winger Republican types. I genuinely believe, like, their brains don't fucking work. All right. So we have based everything in burnt sienna. This head is going to be put aside because it's going to be red because he's a sergeant. We're moving on to dark gray blue for our main shadow color. So he's a contemptuous little ghoul. Yes. The mold from RE7. That's true. What was the lady from RE7? Was she just called Mama and she like turned into like a bunch of flies? That's J.K. Rowling. Ah! Ah! Marguerite, yes! Oh my god, chat. Chat, come here. We fucking, yes, you knew exactly who I was talking about. Yes, man, yes. So we still want this layer to take up like 98% of the model. And we want it to remain smooth because this is the shadow. Shadows don't have texture. If it's a little textury, that's fine. That's okay. It's not a big deal. It ain't a big deal. None of it matters. None of it all matters. We're all gonna die one day. It don't matter. I also, sorry, this is a bit of a side thing. I also don't like that attitude. The whole like, well, none of this like that nihilism, that pisses me off, man. It fucking ticks me. It flicks me. It ticks me. I hate it. Well, we're all gonna die, so none of this matters. Okay, so die. Oh, what's that? You don't? You don't want to die? That's crazy. Huh, weird. It's almost like you're being performative about your nihilism. That's interesting. Real nihilism is like, dude, nothing in life matters. Fuck yeah! I've met real nihilists, and they party fucking hard. Wait, you guys actually are like partying? What? Isn't nothing ever happens also nihilism? Yes and no. I usually say nothing ever happens in regards to Warhammer, not life. I would say things do happen in life. I think to say nothing ever happens is silly and not accurate to reality. Why do you prime your Ultramarines red? I don't prime them red. I prime them black, but then I do a layer of burnt sienna. The reason being is that they will act as a shadow. Once I finish this layer, I'll show you what I mean. You can really see... Ooh, that's way too much paint, but that's okay. Whoops. It happens. I used to be a bit nihilistic about, like, I used to be like, oh, nothing ever happens, so, like, what's the point? But I was also, like, 17. Like, you kind of grow out of that attitude, you know what I mean? At least I hope. I hope you do. Again, it goes back to, well, I can't do anything or nothing matters, so, like, what's the point? Blah, blah, blah. You gotta keep thinking about Granddad, bro. You gotta keep thinking, well, I gotta do what I can. And if it's a little thing, but it's something that matters to you or is, like, going to affect your friends or family and, like, help them, then it matters. I talked to one person in the comment section. This was months ago, but talking about this has reminded me of it. But they were like, well, nothing's going to change in our lifetime most likely, so there's no point in progressing towards it whatsoever. And I remember responding, I was very kind in my response. But I was so tempted to be like, are you stupid? Because those changes won't happen. If you keep having this attitude of, well, nothing matters anyway, so, like, there's no point in progressing. The way progress works is that you do a little thing, and then the next generation does a little thing, and the next generation does a little thing. And eventually, we will see real, actual progress. But it is... It feels immature to me to do something wanting immediate returns. It feels very like you're not really in this for the right reasons. You know what I mean? It feels weird. An inch an hour, 2 feet a day. That's what I keep talking about on Magic Monday. And what I keep talking to Carrie about. Like, she'll sometimes have days where she's like, I feel like I didn't make much progress. I was like, did you make a progress? She went, yeah. And I go, then it mattered. Life, in my way, in my experience, is like a road. And you're constantly walking. And some days, you take a big step down that road. Some days, you take several steps. And some days, you take a little step. Some days, you don't take any steps. But you're still going down the road. And you're never going to reach that goal unless you make those steps. They can be little. They can be big. They can be kind of weird steps. There can be detours. But the point is... you gotta be making the steps. Having kids is watching progress happen every single day. That's right. Yep. That's how you get a lot of people whose outlook changes because of that. All right. So the reason why I base these in burnt sienna first is because when we finish off, we're going to be basically putting them in a desert base like this with lots of burnt sienna pigment powder. And if you look at the back of Sergeant Jovan's, like, behind his backpack, do you see how there's still that burnt sienna showing through, even though, like, look at the back of his leg too. You see this? That's why, because it looks like that dirt has built up in between the armor panels. And it's not the dominant color, but that's not what it needs to be. It needs to be that color that is there a little bit of that color. Doing something for immediate returns like mass layouts or a quarterly report? Yep. Life is like a highway. Yes. Cromp, I don't I don't mean this to target you specifically, but it is very funny when people come in and go like, here's some Warhammer news. And we're like in the middle of like philosophizing. We're gonna be going up to blue. I did nothing today. You still got out of bed. You ate, you walked around, or conversely, you laid down. Doing nothing wrong. Listen, I keep telling Carrie this. And I'm going to tell you this too. There is nothing wrong with rest. I'm the eepiest motherfucker to ever live. But frankly, I would rather rest so that I can seize the day tomorrow. Oh, but I've been resting for like 3 consecutive days. Like, all right, cool. Then you needed 3 days of consecutive rest. That's all you needed. You gotta go with the flow, man. Relaxing isn't evil. You know why you feel like relaxing is evil? You're gonna hate me because I'm gonna say it. Because our capitalist society has made you feel that way. If you're not optimizing literally every single part of your life, then you're not making profits. And if you're not making profits, then you're failing. That's why you feel that way. Ava hates me. Yes. Yes! But the money. Ava, why don't you love capitalism? Oh my god, the paint, it exploded. Why don't I love capitalism? Because I am not being hyperbolic when I say I believe it's the root of all evil. Alright, so now we're moving up to blue, and we're gonna start doing our stippling technique, where we just tapping. And if we covered like 95% of the model, we're going to cover like 80%. We're hitting all the places that we want to be blue. But the main focus of this step is to get that texture. So I'm just very softly, very, very softly tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Gradually building up that texture. Sometimes I'm dry brushing. Always going down. But we're creating a texture. And that's going to be what makes our ceramite look like actual ceramite. Because remember, this is not like a real substance. Material that exists in our world. This is a make-believe fantasy thing. And the main places I'm not gonna hit with this layer of blue are places like in between the legs, where that shadow will naturally fall. We gotta start thinking about where's the light gonna be, you know? So like the underside of this arm, I'm not touching it. I'll touch the top of it, I'll touch the sides of it, but I'm not gonna touch the bottom. Also, don't worry too much about the feet. I'll tell you why. Because when you cover this with a basing powder or just basing material in general, like, frankly, most of the actual feet are going to get covered by that powder or that basing material. And so you're not gonna see it. It's fine. But mainly, Just hit the places you think look cool. Like, if you want to hit between those legs, hit them. I want to make sure to really focus on the places that are going to be hitting the light. But mostly I'm just concerned with what I think looks neat. Let's do a comparison really quick. Look at how much we've jumped up in value. How much we've jumped up in color. And how good it looks. Delicious, delicious color. I love color. Dude, I gotta tell you, with all the views I have and everything, meeting other Warhammer content creators is sort of like a weird... It's a weird feeling because I'm like, what if I'm too woke? What if I'm too charged up and they don't even have their JO crystal? I'm also taking extra care for this guy because it's specifically the sergeant. Is that one of the resin ones or this plastic models? These are plastic. These are from the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol. Hey mate, your streams are awesome and I want to be a dedicated fan. I'd love to help and support your content. Mine added me up on Discord. Mods! Kill! That's a bot. If you're not a bot, prove it right now. Prove it right now. No, Chad, I have not seen The Amazing Digital Circus. By the way, Chad, if you want to participate in our book club live stream this month, you should read Caiaphas Cain, The Traitor's Hand, and have it read by the 15th. If there are any schedule changes, I will let you know. They will probably be on a community post or on Blue Sky or on Discord. But if you want to participate in that, The Traitor's Hand, Caiaphas Cain, Book 3. Have a good night, Jackie. Sweet dreams. Alright, chat, now that they're gone, send 8 bees after them. 8 entire bees. I only have moths. 8 or 8 million? 8. But the big ones. The really fucking big ones. Eight 1,000 be. Come outside, little bro. Hey. Come outside. What's your opinion on John frickin' Grammaticus? As somebody whose job is mostly searching for excerpts and stuff, I typically skip John Grammaticus parts. Because that's not what I'm looking for. The most interesting thing about John Grammaticus is he met Erda. That was cool. Everything else, I could do without it. I think Erda conceptually is a really cool character. He's one of 2 characters with an American accent. That's so fucking funny. What's all the hoopla? Dadgummit Neoth. You're making this whole dadgum heresy happen. And you don't got the sight to see that it's really all your fault. Dadgummit. No wonder your life left you. You dadgum deadbeat. There's a part where John Grammaticus killed Martin Luther King. What? No, that's not real. Shut up. Do you have any specific lore / headcanons for your specific Ultramarines army? I have a Company Heroes thing, because again, they came with the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol. And I'd like to think that they are the characters that you play as in the operations for Space Marine 2. I like to imagine that Decimus became a company champion. Probably gonna say that the jump pack guy became a jump pack chaplain. Quartus became an ancient. But yeah, I'd like to think that. And nothing bad happened to Chiron. I guess I'll just reason that this is before Chiron went on that mission. Which I guess would mean that Titus isn't captain, but whatever. Time is wibbly wobbly. And that chaplain guy became Tyranid Father. No. He's interesting. He gets to stay around. What is a story without some drama, chat? Do you think the Dark Age of technology should be expanded on? No. I think Warhammer is more interesting when there are mysteries. I don't think everything needs to be answered. I don't think we need to know exactly where Glupshido was at what exact time. I don't really care about those sorts of details. I care about, here's this character, here's what they got going on. I'm way more interested in character-driven stories, not necessarily world building. World building's cool, don't get me wrong. But I vastly prefer character-driven stuff. Sweet. Okay. Just do a few more touch-ups here and there. Good morning, my darling. Good morning. Me no awake yet. Yeah, that's okay, my love. That's okay. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Get some water. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. It is my turn to be the demon owl of the Eep. Good. Did you watch the Artemis launch? No, I did not. No, I did not. So happy for finally doing things in space again. I agree. I still have potholes in my town? Brother. If I drive down my street, I'm hitting like 8. They close down the street I'm next to, like, constantly because of that shit. It's fucking ridiculous. There was like a span of hell, what would I say? Like 2 years where it was just nothing but fucking potholes and constant like, here's the construction. Do you like the construction? No. No, I don't. We're gonna move up to sky blue next. If we hit like 80% of the model, we're gonna hit about, I mean, kind of see here, like we're basically gonna start hitting anything that's directly facing the light. You can shake up some paint by driving it down Ava Street. It's fucking true. Carrie knows. Carrie knows. Ava, sing along. I don't know the words to this one. And we're on shuffle, so I don't know what's coming up next. Oh, God. Oh, dude! Turn this shit up. White, blue. Favorite Pokemon? It changes. I like Gengar a lot. The sun came out for precisely enough time for me to open my blinds and go, wow, it's so sunny, and then it immediately faded away behind a cloud. Is this a message from God? Is God real? Ava! Ava! Fuck you! We already did this one!
ついて傷ついて全て失っちまっても染まっちゃならねえそれこそが Justice for breaking the law breaking the world 壊せ切り裂けてんだね for breaking the rule 俺ら遺産や懐かない波乱分子さ振り上げろ握り拳を俺たちはそうさ俺たちがジャッジメントジャッジメント素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝わるさ君に合うガラスの靴を探そう二人で鉄板 Go いつまでも深夜12時を過ぎたって僕らのラブマジックは時計はしないおいで召しませお姫様毒のリンゴを食べて眠っちゃいそうな素直すぎる君がとても愛しい当たり前行こう宝物さ地球は回り日は昇り君は微笑む素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝わるさ君に合うガラスの靴を探そう二人でステップアンドゴーいつまでも深夜12時を過ぎたって僕らのラブマジックは時計はしない意地の悪いまま母にも急な雨にも寂しい夜にもへこたれない君がやはり愛しい遠く離れて会えない日は星に願って夢で会おう明日は晴れるや一生 I love you 変わらないそうさ You love me 永遠さ君に合うダイヤのリング渡そうこれから何千回つまずいてさらに何万回転んでも君のガラスの靴は脱げはしないみんな乗ってる今回のこのなんだってアイドルそうグループ名はマジマジ当たり前行こう宝物さ地球は回り日は昇り君は微笑む素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝
I bumped the mic. Okay. That's pretty much our basic highlights done, which gives us this nice, vibrant blue armor. I might even go in for the sergeant. Yeah, we'll probably do that. I'm gonna go in with my teeny tiniest little brush. Add a couple edge highlights here and there, just to really emphasize. I mean, this is a sergeant, right? He's like the character model for this unit. The rest of them, fuck them, I don't care. Oh, this is from the Yakuza OST. This is the karaoke OST specifically from Yakuza 0. Ava, my internet decided it hated you and refused to play your stream for the past hour. What did you do to anger the machine spirit so? I'm queer. Wait, I see a power fist. Who is this? Just a normal sergeant. Alright. I think I'm happy with those edge highlights. Okay. Now comes the part that's a little scary at first. Could Kiryu beat a Space Marine in hand-to-hand combat? Tiger Drop negates all damage. Why is the Ultramarine logo molded on? Cause he's a sergeant. Am is mad at me. Am can eat my cock. Fuck Am. Allied Master Computer. Meh. I've decided I'm not satisfied with my edge highlights. Okay. I'm pretty sure the Adobes can be significantly more okay with NBs than the general Imperial population falls under that don't really matter to them. No. I'm not saying the Mechanicus has a problem with it. The machine spirit is homophobic.
メだねダメよダメなのよあんたが
This is the sergeant. Here's his helmet.
好きすぎて
We gotta make it red though.
どれだけ強いを避けても歪まない思い出がバカみたいほんまにろくな男やない揃いの指輪外しますざまみろせいせいするわなんなのよこの涙バカみたい男には咲かせにゃならねえはずだ金も身分もない男はこれも定めと受け入れて働いて
Let's change gears. What we feeling? 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 Lou, I can't play Blind Guardian. It's gonna get the stream taken down. But I like Blind Guardian, me too, but we can't play it because the stream will get nuked. What concoction are you making? This is a mix of Payne's Gray Wash and Glaze and Wash Medium from Pro Acryl. I thought, why not just make a bottle of this stuff? Test the mix. Probably need a bit more Payne's Gray in there. And a bit of water, actually. You know what I need? I need one of these, but metal. I also have no idea where the other ones are. Ah, here we go. I found one. Okay, let's see if this is as thin as I want it to be. Test. That's pretty good. Okay. Ooh. Now for this first test, we're gonna let this dry fully, see how the mix is, and then we'll go from there. I can already kind of see, I think we need more Payne's Gray. Or... actually, I might need more glaze and wash medium, actually. Do the helmet in the meantime. Mix of corn red and black, coal black from Pro Crow. Just like with our helmet, or with our armor, we're just gonna we're gonna jump up to Mephiston Red.
I'm still here.
I got a new pot of Mephiston Red. Oh, we should probably put some mixing balls in here. Because God knows GW paints are thick! I like to say thick paints give you more paint per pot after thinning, but GW paints also don't have the best coverage. Nope. Nope. Mephisto in red. Okay. Now that that's done, I'm not wetting my brush just yet. I'm gonna wet it after we're done with the red step, but that's the Mephisto red step. Now it's time for Evil Sun Scarlet. While it's on the palette, might as well start. I almost shook the head. That would have been funny. We just need a speck. Just a speck of Evil Sun's Scarlet. This is going to be basically our white-blue equivalent. Very, 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 very little paint on the brush. Get it to a dry brush consistency. I'm being very delicate. Make sure to really get the beak too. That's the red helmet. At least that part done. Let's check our marine. Pretty okay. I think adding the extra glaze wash medium to the mix is definitely going to help. But it's good to make a big pot of it. Let's start globbing this stuff on. Woo. Washing them up. Yep. I love unifying washes. They're so satisfying. Because when they're all dry, it looks awesome. All of those previous layers come together and give us a really, really cool looking Space Marine. The key is to make sure it's not pooling anywhere. But if it does and you miss it, that's okay. You can fix that. Most, if not all, painting mistakes are very fixable. Everything's fine. Let's check our guy from before. Look at that. Much closer to the blue armor that we see on the other Marines. And it's pretty much dry. So we're just going to wait for the other ones to dry. Periodically check them. I think they'll be fine, though. The mix is quite thin, so for another step, I might actually add just a bit more of this into here for future use. About 4 globs. In the meantime, I guess we'll get the helmet going. Wait for that white to dry. Then we'll switch over to a contrast paint. I guess we can switch to dark warm gray to highlight the neck joints. There it is. I maintain that washes are basically cheating, making a thin paint, and just putting it shouldn't be allowed to just work so well. Most art is cheating. Let's be real. You think all those manga artists and comic artists are drawing that shit from fucking memory? Nah, man. References. Tracing. I think there was like a big, not a kerfuffle, but there was like a big realization in the manga community like a couple years ago that was like, what do you mean all the mangaka don't draw like literally every single classroom desk and chair? And it's like, nah, man, they just like fucking have templates for that shit and they just fucking click drag and that's it. Work smarter, not harder. Especially if you're on a weekly schedule like that. Whew, no. Warp lightning. And that's all we're using for warp lightning. That's it. That's it. This sounds like Refused. It is. There was a guy I remember seeing who was like drawing expert classrooms and was like, this is hard, how do you do it? Another went, templates. What do you mean you drew everything? That's amazing. Yep. Let's check our Marines. Oh, yeah. It looks a little weird right now just because everything is blue. So... But then we'll start getting armor joints made, and then... Yeah. I don't know if we'll finish these boys today. We probably won't, because I'm starting to run out of steam, and I'm hungry. But we'll get to a point that's pretty good. I feel like getting to the point where all the blue armor is done on everybody is such a great stopping point, because, like... We went from a black base coat this morning to the armor's done. And now it's down to details, basically.
It's the end to this lifeless paradise you disguise. Be the dumb, bring your death, ring a catastrophic housing out. The final note in desolation. I peel back the sky for you. To shoot a falling star is my bullet through eternity. Oh, with all the lives you've ever lived, there's nothing more to give.
Magnesium. We're going to mix that with coal black. We're going to get the metallics, at least the ears, done. And then we'll probably wrap up by gluing the helmet to the body. And that'll be that. Just a 1-to-1 ratio, just a drop to a drop. Oh, the fingers holding up are doing painting streams for weeks? Dude, no matter what, my fingies, they are soft. No matter what I do. I could do hard labor for a whole month. My fingers, they're still going to be soft. remembered that sergeants have silver skulls on their helmet. Excuse me. Then we'll switch over to silver. I'd write, bless you, but God is fake and religion is cringe. What? You can still say it. Like, you can. I still say bless you to people. I'm not religious. Fedora. Do you think flat earthers still believe Earth is flat even if there's live footage of Artemis 2? Yeah. Behold, the sergeant, now with a head. He's looking so good. Thank you, thank you. I am very happy that we're going in the direction of older Mark helmets on Primaris Marines because, I don't know, I think the look, I love the variety. You know what I mean? Because, like, the Mark 10 helmet is essentially a Mark 4. So having some variety in the mix is awesome. Very cool. Get those youngsters a real helmet. This guy don't even got a helmet. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna wrap up today, chat. I mean, we got the sergeant's head on. The wash is still drying on some of the Marines. We gotta get some more color on them. We gotta get some color on the Marines. That way it'll look really, really cool when it's all done. But so far, really, really liking how it's going. Still have a bit to go, but frankly, for one stream, getting all of the blue armor done. Woo! This guy doesn't count. He was done before. But, like, getting all the blue armor done, very good for one stream. Yeah, we're doing second company, chat. No, chat. Uriel Ventress is fourth company. The green. Second company is Titus, no? Yep. It was Titus, then Cato Sicarius, then Acheran, then back to Titus. It's had a complicated history of who's leading it. Yeah, I'm happy how the Marines turned out. Let's do a quick check if there's any Warhammer news. I think I gotta take a nap, chat. I think I'm gonna take a nap. They released some details on how to build an army for 11th. That was a pretty reveal. Yeah, we covered that when it got released. New edition 40k has been announced. Update attachment rules. After all, you'll like sneaky Space Marines and heavily armored elites. Why should you have to focus on just one? As we announced in the previous show last week, all your current codexes will still be valid when the new edition drops, with 70 new ones, attachments to enjoy. This will work with a system of detachment points. Okay. Okay. Depending on the size of your game, you'll be able to choose a number of detachments based on your detachment point cost, ranging from 1 with those with gentler rules or narrow unit focuses to 3 that focus effect on your whole army with significant boosts. Okay. Interesting. Unit limit is doubled for battle line units. Okay. So 3 per, 4 enhancements per, 3 detachment points per 2k. And then for 1k games, it's just 2 for each. Interesting. The new system gives you greater flexibility. Hone your army's theme and characterful unit choices. Yeah. For example, as a dedicated Raven Guard aficionado, you might take a detachment that focuses entirely on Phobos-clad units such as Infiltrators. Such a detachment would offer you enhancements and stratagems that are laser focused on the units that you love to use. Combining it with a larger, more general detachment that affects a broad array of infantry like a strike force. In a strike force battle means that you'll end up with an army bespoke to your playstyle. You might be thinking, hold on. What if that swanky new detachment features a unit type that doesn't have any characters? Aren't enhancements useless? That would be a pretty good question. New edition introduces the upgrade tag on some enhancements, which means they can be applied to up to 3 non-character units while only counting as a single choice, though you need to pay their points cost individually. Okay. This gives even more ways to personalize some of your favorite units and mark them as more elite or experienced warriors. Great for both gameplay and narrative purposes. This feels like Horus Heresy. In a weird way. They're borrowing a little bit from Horus Heresy. They're borrowing a little bit from AOS. This is interesting. As an aside, characters that join units will not be designated as either leader or support. And a unit can have one of each attached to it. Leaders can run around on their own if they like, but support units must be attached to a bodyguard. Important distinction. So I'm guessing apothecaries must be attached to a unit, whereas a captain can go lone op or be attached to a unit. Interesting. Some armies could do this before with special rules, such as Space Marine Apothecaries, and now it cleans it up for everybody. You also pick which units they join when you build your list, rather than the start of the game, which, let's be honest, most of us were doing anyway. Finally, detachments will also grant you 1 or more force dispositions that you'll pick from when building your army. There will be 5 in total, and when you get to the tabletop, you'll compare yours and your opponents to find out which mission you'll both be playing. Take and hold, disruption, purge the foe, priority assets, reconnaissance. There's loads more to talk about as missions are concerned, so check back with us tomorrow for a first look. Otherwise, the rules for building your army will be comfortably familiar, so you can focus more on coming up with cool thematic armies and mixing detachments that call to your hobbyist soul. So generally for 2,000 points armies, you're having 3 detachment points. So I'm assuming like the really broad detachments that cover like a whole army, that's going to be 3 points. But then one that's like focused on maybe just elite infantry, that'll be 2. But then one that's like specifically this buffs only Blade Guard veterans, that's 1 point. And you can mix and match as you choose. Enhancement limit. It's interesting that it gets doubled. And then unit limit is 3. Unit limit is doubled for battle line units. So intercessors, you can bring 3 Blade Guard veterans So a maximum of 9. But you can bring 6 units of... Wait, no, not a maximum of 9, because you can double them up. So that would be 18 total Blade Guard veterans, but it's double for battle line units. So a full unit of 10, you can bring 60 intercessors as a maximum. Interesting. Instead of 30, because it's battle line. Interesting. I want to bring 1 million guardsmen. I mean, fuck. Do guardsmen work like a horde army in the case that they start out with 10 and then you can double it to 20? $18 Blade Guard veterans? Yeah, because if it's... Wait, no. Yeah, because if a full unit is 6 as 1 unit, and you have 3 of them, then it goes up to 18 as a maximum. They start as squads of 10? Okay, so that's what? 120 guardsmen? And that's just like Cadians. And then you add 20 Krieg on top of that. Now you're at 240. Now add 20 Catech. You said I can bring double the battle line units in Strike Force. It's 3. God. Each guard troop has a limit, 6 squads and 2,000 points. Yeah. But now, with battle line, that's just across the board. So now, 120 Cadians, 120 Krieg, 120 Catech. Holy. Infantry's about to go nutty. This is going to be stupid. You're going to see some stupid fucking lists soon. What if I just bring 18 heavy intercessors instead? Intercessors are running 5s, right? And you can double them to... Yeah. So you can bring 30 heavy intercessors. They come in box of 5. Now, this also means you could bring 18 eradicators. Oh my god, 30 Hellblasters? Wait, no, 60 Hellblasters. Oh, are they battle line? Wait, I can't remember. To Wahapedia. 1 minute. Are they battle line? Let's see what we can bring 60 of. Assault intercessors. That's funny. Tactical squad say goodbye-bye. No. We don't do that here. 60 intercessors, 60 heavy intercessors, 60 assault intercessors. Swarm of assault intercessors! 18 aggressors sounds kind of fun. No, you can't bring 60 Hellblasters, but you can bring 30. You can bring 30! 60 would be insane, though. Imagine. 60 Hellblasters. What a dream. What a dream. But no, not the case. Not the case. 60 Assault Intercessors is kind of fucking crazy. Hey, Blood Angels fans. Here you go. Whoa! 60 Assault Intercessors be upon ye. That's fucking crazy. Do you like painting yellow helmets? Here you go. Assault Intercessors with jump packs. I mean, so that would be, what? 30 maximum. Yeah. I mean, 30 assault intercessors is pretty... That's pretty standard, honestly. How else am I gonna run a Death Company army? That's right. So fucking true. So fucking true. How many Necron Warriors? They're run in 10s, so 60? There are detachment rules that give them battle line. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. I didn't even take into account the fucking detachments that would make certain units battle line. Oh no! Oh no, man! Oh, things are about to get scary! Chat, is there a detachment that makes Hellblaster's battle line? Because I don't know. Because if that's the case, that's evil. Oh yeah, you can bring multiple detachments. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. 60 Hellblasters is possible. It's a non-zero chance. It'd have to be one of the base detachments or a Dark Angel one, since they use Plasma Weapons. I was just thinking that it's probably got to be Dark Angels. That's fucking evil. That's evil. Hey Lou, hey Lou, hey. I'm using my Ultramarines today. But I'm gonna use Dark Angels rules. You cool with that? You cool with that? You sick. Awesome. Okay. Here's 60 Hellblasters. I hope you didn't bring anything with you today, because it will be gone by the end of turn 1. It will be gone. Now, it would be funny to bring 60 Hellblasters and then they all overheat and then explode and then kill themselves. That would be really funny. That'd be great. Very funny. $60 overcharged shots. What about Terminators? Terminators 30. You can bring 30 total, but that's also based on one unit, meaning you can bring 30 regular Terminators and then 30 assault Terminators, and that's not giving into characters that can you can run with them. Yeah, you can have a Terminator heavy list. You can have like exclusively Terminators, honestly, if you really, really wanted to. I don't know if I would recommend it, but 60 Hellblasters versus the Helldrake? Oh, the Hellblasters take it. No chance. Are you kidding me? And 15 Deathwing Knights. Yeah, if you're running Dark Angels, that's true. You do have the unique Terminators. Chat, I need to enlighten you on the Hellblasters. Can this include CSM or no? This is across the board. You bring 3 of a unit, but if there's battle line, you get to bring double that. So you bring 6 units. So let's go to Chaos Space Marines. Let's look at their battle line, because it's Cultist Mob. Oh my god, no! No, 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 no! 60 cultists. 60 cultists. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Legionaries, so you can bring a maximum of 60 legionaries. Khorne Berserkers, I believe, they're run by default 10. So does that mean 120 Berserkers? Now, obviously, this is... Plague Marines, you can run Okay, Plague Marines are weird because you can run them in a maximum of 10 per unit. So 30 Plague Marines and then 30 Rubric Marines. Interesting. Oh, man. Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's scary. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. 120 cultists. 120 cultists come knocking at your objective. What do you do? 30 Havocs, though. You're right. You're right. 30 Havocs. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. My iron horde be upon ye. 30 Chaos Terminators. Do Chaos Bikes come in threes? Yeah. So 18 bikes maximum. I load my bolter and I politely ask them to leave. 120 cultists. I gotta enlighten y'all on the Hellblasters because I know some of y'all don't play tabletop, but I need you to understand. I need you to understand how fucking disgusting the Hellblaster is. Oh god, where'd it go? Woo! Hellblaster Squad. Okay. Alright. 60. Ballistic skill 3 up. Strength 8. AP minus 3. Damage 2 shots coming your way. $60. A maximum damage output of 120. Average that to 60. Do you know what has 60 wounds in the game? If your answer is nothing, you're correct. Hazardous tests? Again, it would be funny if they all killed themselves. It's very funny. Each model in this unit... Each time a model in this unit is destroyed, roll 1d6 on 3 up. Do not remove it from the play. The destroyed model can shoot after attacking models finished making its attacks. Then it is removed from play. When resolving these attacks, any hazardous tests taken for the attack are automatically passed. This ability is triggered even when a model in this unit is destroyed as a result of a failing hazardous test, meaning such a model may be able to shoot twice in the same phase. Oh. Oh. I am no longer asking politely. 60 Hellblasters! No. But since they're not battle line, if I were to play them with Ultramarines, it would be a maximum of 30, which is still 60 potential damage, average of 30. Do you know what has 30 wounds in the game? If your answer was not very many things, you are correct. Just check Dark Angels can run Deathwing Terminators alongside regular Terminators. You could effectively get 60 regular Terminators. This is amazing. You hear the plans and take... Okay. Here's the thing with cultists. I hate cultists. I have 30 cultists against my will. I have 30 of them. I started badge painting all of them. I got to a point where it was time for metallics and robes and stuff, and I gave up. I gave up. I'm not strong enough. And I'll tell you something. Do you know what a cultist is actually good for? A, babysitting an objective. B, cannon fodder. Blocking a charge. Generally, nothing except being a meat shield. I hate cultists. I hate them. What are they feeding these Marines? Fiber. Lots and lots of fiber. The Great Bullet Sponge. Zongors? What about Zongors? You don't bring Zongors in CSM? Just build a list real quick in new recruit. 25 Deathwing Terminators, 30 regular Terminators, and an Ancient and Terminator armor is 1900. Okay, that's still a lot of Terminators. Would toughness affect this? Yeah, but their strength 8 and AP -3. Good luck. $1,995 points. But you're telling me there's a chance. But also, with 11th edition, we can see some points changes, obviously. So, that'll be fun. We'll have to see. We will have to see. And remember, chat, depending on what you bring, that determines the mission. Slash the detachments you bring. It's a little confusing. How much would tanks be? You could bring a maximum of 3 of each tank. So, 3 gladiators, 3 predators, 3 rhinos, 3... You get the idea. Other chapters can do it with 25 assault terminators instead of the Deathwing boys. 11th, Christ, I started playing at 3rd. Yep. Don't Alpha Legion love cultists? Yeah, but that's why they're lame. You like cultists? What, you don't just eat people? What's wrong with you? I want 50 tanks. Well, I don't think that's going to be possible, unfortunately. I'm looking forward to 11th. I really am. I like the focus on more of a narrative and just kind of fun thing. My main critique with 40k is that it feels like everything is skewed towards a competitive scene, and I really don't fuck with that. I really don't. I want to have fun. That's why Age of Sigmar has such a stranglehold on me, because, like, while you can do, like, pretty smart plays, and obviously, like, people do play it competitively, more than anything, it's just fun. I think the rules are very flavorful. I think they're very cool. And obviously, if you know a thing or two about the lore, it makes a lot of sense often. It's really cool. Let's do a final check on the blue boys, the blueberries. Then I'm going to go take a nap. I am Houston. Houston. I am EP. We've got Da Boys. Woo. So, if we do a painting stream tomorrow, we'll just be continuing some Ultramarines. I am very happy how the Sergeant came out. He's not done, obviously, but I think next step will be metallics. We're going to get the metals and then the gold all done. Or maybe we do leather and stuff. Maybe we do leather and stuff. Maybe we do a couple details, then we move on to metallics. The plasma pistol, I gotta tell you, chat, I've never painted a plasma pistol before. Nothing like the fancy coils and stuff. I always get to that part and I go, I don't really want to do it. Very happy how they turned out. I can't wait to get them all going. Now, the complicated thing with this is going to be deciding how exactly to paint certain things. We might actually have to do metallics next, because for details like this, like, you can't really see the Aquila, but I do want to paint a little bit of it at least, just to imply that there is, like, you know, there's painting on the Aquila. We might have to do metallics then. And then, yeah. That might be what we do. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do the gold. That'll be the next step. We'll do golds. Let's compare sergeants. Sergeant Jovan. By the way, Vivi, Sergeant Jovan is fucking enormous. But I guess we're just gonna we're just gonna rationalize that Sergeant Jovan is just fucking huge. He's just a big guy. Ava, that's the actual size? Jesus. He's fucking huge. He comes with a 40. I guess he is like a display model. Alrighty. Chat, thank you all for coming on by. I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed your time. Or you just relaxed. I am gonna go take a nap. I am very eepy. Might see you tomorrow. Oh, what day is it? It's Thursday. I think we're streaming Dead Island tonight with the friends. So if you want to go see me play Dead Island with some friendos, you can check out Boko VT, B-O-C-O, like a chocobo. VT Soups. I always forget. 1 minute. Where are the channels? You can check out Boko VT, Soups _SMA, and Angelic Alexi over at Twitch. We're gonna be streaming some Dead Island, weird game. But yeah, check that out tonight. I'm going to go take a nap. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I hope you enjoy yourselves and stay safe out there. See you around. Bye.